Why does copy pasting pings not work in Discord? I mean, I kind of know why, but it would still be convenient if it did work. La 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 bum 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 bum. Alright, let's go. Now you can have a side-by-side stream of me and Metoxy luring Igor. I think we're even going to about the same place. Bum, bum, bum. Hello, welcome Metoxy. I was just claiming people could have a side-by-side stream of both of us watching Igor lures. How dare you prove me wrong. Thanks for the raid though. Welcome to everyone who came with Metoxy. I don't think I have to explain what I'm doing because it's just the exact same thing you've been watching before. It's just a different voice. Wanted to learn from the master. Well, I'll see if I can be a useful master. That's too far right, probably. Yes, indeed. Timer paused, you're right. Timer probably paused for like a minute. Let me add that minute. And then we go. Burp. Did I do the thing? Wait, did I do the thing? Yes, I did do the thing. Alright, cool. Thank you for the good luck, Bobies. Welcome. We're so glad Loa Morta is still covered. The first time I did this lure, Loa Morta was still covered. I don't know when I broke him. But it's too late now. Hi Fireflower, welcome. Hi Tukil. How is the Ori 2 tournament going for you, Tukil? Are you helping a bit with it? I'm not following it at all currently. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba, bum, bum. I keep forgetting this. Oh, that was a short hop. Maybe I just do a charge dash? I feel like I tried that before and it doesn't work well. The no menu glitches one, helping as much as I can before going camping on Thursday. Both of those things are Pog. Dum, bum, bum. Bum, ba-da-dum. Bum, bum, bum. Did I not have to do this once already? I mean, yes. I had to do the things the thing you're doing right now, but this time I'm trying to go a bit further than last time. All the way into Inner Swamp. So it's not the same thing, it's the same thing but more. la 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 la. I'm struggling a bit much more than I would have liked. Maybe I do some kind of charge flame. Where am I trying to bring Igor this time? This time I'm trying to bring Igor through the spike tunnel as usual into Grotto, over here into Swamp, past all the mortars in Swamp, past Ringo, over this lake, and then I'm hoping to get Igor to up here and over these spikes and into the Triforce pit, and then at Triforce I want to do a rocket jump so that I can get into Swamp. That's the plan. So far my farthest has been to here. I've never gotten Igor to do this jump. Bum, bum, ba, dum. Whoops, whoops. Which node am I on? I've been on node 17 for an eternity by now. So far I've found 2 keystones on node 17 and 1 mapstone, but nothing that like gets me to new places. Yeah, 17 out of 28. Do the spikes in Grotto add the spider damage Igor? These spikes here? No, these spikes do not damage Igor. To save you a ton of pain though, these spikes here do damage Igor. Because this is a good game. You tried that too? Yeah, that is a moment. So if this is too far right, maybe I'll try like here. Maybe if Igor is off screen, he doesn't die. Huh. Interesting idea, but that is indeed not how the game works. I remember this from my lures on this Frankie, guiding him down here. Because the Frankie would quite often die on these spikes here while being off screen. So yeah, Frankies definitely die off screen. Bum bum ba dum bum bum. Bum ba da da dum ba da dum ba da dum bum bum. Yes, yes, yes. Park Frankie at Pillar. Kill Shark. That was the short hop. Maybe don't dash there. The dash seems bad. How is Igor this versatile? I don't know, it must be the lack of semi-solids around here. Hoot hype and then IRL Orishai. Alright, have fun with both. Thank you for the cluck. See you around, doo-doo. Bum 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 bum. Alright. Is that enough warm-up? Can I at least get to the jump I'm trying to do? Can I at least get past the mortars now? Still want to figure out some stuff yourself? Yeah, that's fair. I feel like it's hard to like not get spoiled and being in here at all. Because if you just see the trick once, you know it exists, right? But I don't know if this is progression, to be fair. I just suspect it. Bum ba dum bum ba dum bum ba dum bum ba. This has to be progression. I feel like I've said that before though. You're Note 9. I'm not surprised. Dum. One mapstone and 2 keystones scream swamp. I'm not sure why. Like, this keystone door is already open. I've already been to swamp. Suddenly not so sure anymore. I am 100% certain. But even if I personally am 100% certain about something, I can admit that I can be wrong. I wonder if that Frankie can break the Triforce floor instead of doing the grenade redirect. I've been wondering about that as well, but I've never, like, spent really that much time trying it. Alright. So this is where Metoxy is trying to go to. So far everything you said has come true, even though that was only, I think, the owl works here. Valid. That I am not 100% certain? No, I am. Like... I know this is progression. Bum 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 bum. I don't know what else would be progression. If this is not progression, then I'm just kind of screwed. Bum bum. It's like when you're in a strategy game. Say you're in a card game, and you're plotting out ways to win your current fight. And you come to the conclusion, if I don't draw this card next turn, I lose. Then your best way of playing is to assume 100% that you will draw that card the next turn. And base every of your decisions around that. Conceptually, you assume it is true 100% because no other possibility is even worth considering. That's what's happening here. Getting Igor up there, is there a micro ledge? I don't know entirely if there's a micro ledge, but micro ledges aren't really useful for getting Frankies up places. Finally making a move? Maybe. Probably. I think so. Bum bum ba dum. But first, the Frankie has to get up. Alright. I don't know what exactly that was. Bum, bum. But now I know better what I want to do here. Bum, bum, bum. That's not being certain, that's playing towards your... I guess that's odds. It's different perspectives on the same thing. Bum, 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 bum. Outs? Okay, then I just don't know the word. Ba-da-dum. Ba-da-dum. I was hoping maybe I don't have to get up on the right ledge. But I dashed left there before Igor decided his target. So I would have to delay my dash. What about the toad at the lower entrance to Swamp? It might be possible to use it to get up here, but the real problem is this wall when thinking about lower Swamp. Bum, bum. Swim in. But I only have 5 health. That's a really, really long swim. Okay. Close. I'm not, like, super sure in that case why the mortar aimed the way it did. I feel like there's one intricacy of this that I don't fully understand. It didn't really feel like that shot was aimed at me, but maybe I also just misjudged my position. Ba-dum, da-da-dum. Whoops. Whoops. Hi, Igor. I guess now we're chilling down here. I'm afraid that's not useful. Bum bum ba dum bum bum ba dum bum ba dum bum bum ba. Hi, Random Scorp. Welcome. Igor says hi too. Bum 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 bum. No! I was a bit too enthusiastic, Igor. Gotta relax a little. You will need your powers for that jump later on. Kinda figured. Dum bum ba dum ba dum bum. There might be a better setup to get past that spike pit. Where I don't try to land Igor on the top right away, because that seems a little risky. Maybe I land Igor on the lower piece of floor to the left first. And then have him jump up. That might be a more relaxed setup for this. Except for the part where I can't jump up here. That makes this a bit not relaxed, yeah. No, let's not. Dum ba dum ba dum ba dum ba dum ba dum bum 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 bum. La 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 la. Come here. I don't know how that worked, but here we are. No! Ah! Thought it was just barely far enough away. You can avoid that very safely by just jumping here to jump over the shockwave. Just my eyesight deceived me, I thought it was far enough away. It's really easy to underestimate a Frankie Stomp Wave. It is huge. Rude Igor. This would all be quite a bit easier if Igor just didn't do shockwaves. Maybe I should just ask him kindly if he could stop doing shockwaves when he stomps. Maybe it's not in his control though. Maybe he doesn't want to and it just happens. Okay, that was a really bad idea. But I have enough health, and I don't really need my health for this. So all good. Have to ask Cosmic to get an Igor without stomps. No. Good thing there's an energy crystal right here. Okay. So rocket jump is just muscle memory here. I'm not planning to rocket jump here. I think I want to try that. A really delayed jump, a really late dash, stomp. And maybe like throw a grenade right before my stomp goes off. Then it'll be an auto-aimed grenade towards Igor and the stomp and grenade might hit him at about the same time and apply enough force to get up there. And then when that happens I wanna jump here and do a rocket jump, so I bonk this piece of ceiling instead of flying past. The iframes from the rocket jump mean I should be able to walk through Igor. And if all of those things do indeed work out, then I'll at least have Igor up there and I can think about the next step. So that's the details of the plan. Dum bum ba dum bum bum ba dum bum. Yeah, I don't know. I tried some variations of the setup to get across this pit, but I might just stick with what I have. It's not bad. Nope. Come here. Is the goal a tree and swamp? So I've already been to Swamp, I've collected the tree and a lot of stuff here. The goal is that I might be able to get this energy cell though, which I couldn't get on my last visit in Swamp because at that time I had triple jump and grenade, I believe. No! Okay, that was a very delayed jump. I did try to do a very delayed jump. I thought it might give me more air time, but I guess I can't delay it that far because, again, huge shockwaves. Bum bum bum. Bum ba dum ba. Oh. Yeah, Igor started a bit far to the left there. Gave him too much right push. La 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 la. Okay. Getting relatively confident at the part with the mortars. That's cool. Okay. So one challenge I'm facing here is to have enough air stall time before dashing left. Maybe I should be doing a stomp cancel here. So let's practice that a little bit. Very promising practice. Fun. Bum, bum, bum. I still think there's technically a way to progress through Misty with this, but it seems much more insane than Igor, and this feels more like it's what I'm supposed to do. Don't I have to dash Ray to get Igor to jump far enough? I tried around a bit with jumps where I'm just like at the right wall without a dash. And I think it could work without like being in the dash animation. I don't think I need movement prediction for this. Alright, cool save. Just positioning on the wall should be enough, but I'll see more in detail when I get some successful attempts with that. Consistency! Oh, wait. Does the stomp cancel even help? Okay, to be fair, I started extremely early there. Yeah, I just started way too early. Dum bum 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 bum. Why don't I just want to be standing up top? That is in fact the first thing I tried. However, from my experiments with it, it seems like Igor cannot make that jump entirely on his own. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get a big jump from Igor, and then I also want to do a grounded stomp next to him and potentially a grenade throw at him, because both of those things push him forwards a little bit. And maybe that makes up the little gap that I'm missing for Igor to get across. And if I stand on top, it seems really hard to fit that stomp and grenade into the time frame I have. So like in that case, the aim of the mortar shark had nothing to do with my position, right? Like, what on earth did it shoot at? Maybe it just lost sight of me and shot at some default angle? I should experiment with Charge Flame there. My setup is good, but not perfect. Maybe Charge Flame can make it perfect. La la bum ba dum. Whoops. Oh, that actually seems extremely safe. Let's do that. I like how the grenade blocked the line of sight. That's funny. As far as you could tell, mortar shots have some sort of in-flight adjustments. I've never actively observed that, so that's an interesting concept. Toxie will not be happy if I find progression like this. I will be happy if I find progression like this, okay? That's important too. Okay, I didn't get my stomp off there. Let me check how that might have looked though. Because this looks amazing. I don't know if I want to do that stomp cancel. Without the stomp cancel, it seems like I return to the platform a bit early, which makes it difficult. But like this, it seems as though I return to the platform a bit late, which makes it difficult. I'll try some more without that stomp cancel, just with a really well-timed jump. Or I guess it's like, I can try to adjust. If I jump kinda early, then I would want to do the stomp cancel. If I jump kinda late, I'd want to not. Bum, 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 bum. So with the charge flame, the mortar part should be consistent now, which should give me good retries. Unfortunately, the across spike pit part isn't consistent quite yet, which costs me some time on retries. Bum, bum, bum. I think it helps if I land really far to the left on that platform. Hey! I like the charge flame there. That makes it easier. Whoops. Okay, it's fine, the grenade exploded in time. Oh, are you far enough right? Barely. Didn't get the stomp cancel. That was a bit too many stomps. I guess, like... Oh, that's so much easier. That also stalls airtime. Do a dash to the right, dash to the left. Because the wall refreshes my dash anyway. And that probably gives less stall time than the stomp cancel, but the stomp cancel seemed like it gave a bit too much stall anyway. So this just seems like a really promising setup here. I'll try something like this. So I want the Frankie to aim at me while I'm at the wall here, and then I can dash back and stomp. I don't actually think I would want to stomp immediately, but I'll have to take a look. So that should be a much more consistent setup than trying a stomp cancel. Ba-dum. Ba-dum. Don't worry, Igor, it's not meant for you. Opposite, it's meant to protect you. Maybe worry a little bit here, because so far you've died every time. But just jump a little stronger, and then you wouldn't even have to die, okay? Okay, I would want to stomp immediately after returning. But if I lose too much height, then I return so barely above the ground that I can't stomp anymore. So hopefully it's fine if I return relatively early and doesn't affect the Frankie aim. I would be kind of surprised if this just worked out with a setup like that, but I mean, I've also tried different setups which don't work, so maybe this is just the perfect setup that actually works. I'll have to see. Bum, 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 bum. I like how the mortar just gets obliterated. Wait, that did not reach? To be fair, I did stomp relatively far left. I could stomp farther right on this platform. Whew, that makes the timing all the more precise though. Let's see here. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Ba-dum, bum, bum. Dum, bum, bum, bum. No mortar obliteration, sad. Okay. So that time I dashed back too low. Yeah, I could have dashed earlier with the Frankie aim as well. And it didn't allow me to stomp because I was just barely above the ground, so I counted as on the ground, and you can only stomp if you're in the air. La la la, dum bum bum. Bum bum. At least Igor is having a party. As long as Igor is excited and rainbow colored, everything is fine, right? Rup. Work you go. Thank you for the good luck. Bum, bum, ba, and have a nice day of work. Park the Frankie. Okay. It seems like that final mortar there never hits Igor though, at least I haven't seen it happen yet. Okay. So, that is approximately what I'm trying to do. Now I have another tool in my arsenal. In addition to the stomp, I could also do a grenade. I pressed the wrong button there, that was a spirit flame, not a grenade. So yeah, let me try that exact thing, but I also throw a grenade on top. Ba-dum. Bum 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 bum. It's really funny to like have this transition between Hollow Grove and Grotto and hit it at the time where the motives overlap perfectly, so you just hear extremely clearly where they are using the same motive just with different instrumentations. Rarely have I heard that as clearly distinguished as during this transition. And then you enter a swamp and it's like completely different, but sure. I guess this is kind of similar again. But also not really. Oh, I cancelled my stomp. Nice stomp cancel there. I don't think... Yeah, I don't need to cancel that stomp with a jump, because the grenade already cancels the stomp by itself. So that's not a risk I need to take for that to happen. I'm really happy with the setup for this part, because I don't have to lure Igor to the right and left anymore. This is just much faster, so it gives me faster retries. Yeah, I stood kind of far right on that, I'll admit it. Bum bum ba da da dum ba da dum ba da dum bum ba. Is my setup falling apart? Kinda. I'll try to stick to it, but because I already tried around with different setups, it's still possible that there's a better setup in there, but it might be that it would take quite some time to develop and not be worth it, ultimately. Not sure. Bum, 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 bum. Hmm. Hmm. Kind of surprised that didn't work, to be honest. Ba-da-dum. Da-da-dum. That was really good. I'm not sure I should keep trying the same thing. So, let me just try going up there again, trying to optimize it and seeing how far Igor can actually jump on his own, if heavily optimized. Bum 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 ba-da-dum ba-dum bum. Oh, hit him with a grenade, that's fine. Okay, so what... Do I remember the setup though? How did this work? Wait, what was my setup for this? Let me not reinvent this. I can just look it up. Ba-da-dum. Ba-da-dum. Bum. Dum. Dum. Bum. Where was I trying the old setup? Oh, Igor almost made it. Wait. Dash right rocket jump. Oh. Yeah, maybe the setup is more promising. Like, I could pair a grenade on top of that as well, right? This was without a grenade. It should give a slightly further jump. Yeah. Dum. Let's return to that setup. Watching a recording of a stream? Watching a clip from a stream? It's funny how easily you can get tangled up in meta topics. And some of you were watching a stream, watching a recording of a stream, watching a clip of a stream. I guess all of you, just not me. And later, when there is a recording of the stream, you can watch a recording of a stream, watching a recording of a stream, watching a clip of a stream. I am Bokak. Welcome. Oh, that might be very far right. Okay, that's fine. So, muscles. Muscle memory. Do you still remember what I did here? Oh, right. I remember the issue. You can't rocket jump that shortly after dashing. You wanna see Igor lure Igor to the start of the Igor lure? Never seen Igor lure Igor. I've seen two Igors in the same place, but it didn't seem like they could lure each other. Ba-dum. Ba-dum. Da-da-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Come, come, come. I have cookies. Probably. Are there cookies in these Plando that I can find? Ba-da-dum, bum, 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 ba-da-dum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-da-dum. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, short hop. Yeah, I can stall a bit here to safely avoid the short hop. With the charge flame redirect, I don't have to be careful about the mortar projectile anymore. Bum, bum. Mitoxi is doing this exact same thing right now in the Plandomizer, but less far. And with a bit less skills and resources. Bum, ba, dum, bum, ba, dum, ba. You lure Igor many times in this Plandomizer. So similarities may arise. Yeah, so Mitoxi has to get Igor to here. This is enough. I'm trying to get Igor past 2 more jumps. But those 2 jumps, whew. Those two jumps are something. Oh, Igor, why don't you wanna jump that far? La 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 la. Maybe I should be doing jump, stomp, cancel, dash, and then just eat the damage. Actually try to use the Franki's movement prediction to pretend like I'd be further right than I am. Because if I do have the dash speed, that does make the Frankie jump further. Or just like walk off into the water. Jump out and dash. Like, I don't have to preserve health here, I can just take damage in the water, that's nothing I have to worry about. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum. I wish this really difficult jump that I'm trying right now would be the last thing of the trick. But it's super not. There's still a spike pit, and I don't know whether Igor dies to those spikes, but I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, actually, no, wait, I do know. Ringo doesn't die to those spikes, so Igor won't die either. Yeah, I do know that. So I just need this jump. Okay, suddenly this seems so much more realistic. Okay, push of motivation right here. I just gotta get this jump. Okay, let me check. Was my dash timing off there? Not sure, it didn't look terrible. I mean, it's probably really precise. I'd want to hit exactly the frame where I am in front of the wall, but still dashing. I don't think any other frame would help me. Maybe this isn't the same setup at all, and anything, literally anything else would be easier. How much, like, can you take exactly? Because Spirit Flame also pushes, just a tiny bit. A Stomp? That seems good. A Grenade. And one Spirit Flame. So in addition to the Stomp and Grenade, I could also do one Spirit Flame. You're starting to think that this might be a sequence break? Have you seen all the things I've already tried that didn't give progression, though? A kill pushes him the farthest. That is true. That is quite true. Yes, you did. I did do like multiple sequence breaks, so it can't be ruled out that something is a sequence break, but I think the realistic assumption is still that Tuan tried a ton of things. And he probably tried whatever you're doing right now. Okay, so I kinda wanna go back to the setup where I just dash into the wall, dash back. Because the last time that worked, my stomp seemed kinda weird. Maybe I can get a better stomp with that. Whoops. Wait, why was that so incredibly wrong? Oh, because I jumped way too early. Dum, Bum 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 ba da dum dum bum ba da. I have a lot of setups that I'm trying around here and juggling with. Okay, kinda surprised you made that jump, but welcome to up here, Igor. Maybe it's not just about how far left you stand here. Oh no. I mean, my setup here is good. Like, it annoys me that it's not consistent. It annoys me that there are failure cases. This might have been the 2-week trick. No, this is not a 2-week trick. I don't think so. But who knows? Bum, bum, bum. Also, it would be kind of weird to have the hardest trick on Node 17 out of 28. Like, that would seem anticlimactic. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum, ba-dum, bum. Okay, just one time. I wanna try what happens if I have the Frankie jump really far. Will the wall stop him? Or will he just slide right below the wall? I got P2 wall jump ability cell in 30 minutes, which Tuan tried for 15 hours. True? But also, I don't know how many hours I took on the grenade redirect. It seemed like a lot. And I don't think Tuan took 15 times that. So it's also just a bit of specialization on what players are good at. And I would suspect that Tuan is good at Igor lures, to be honest. I would also suspect that Tuan, creator of Pinball Wizard, is good at grenade redirects. Might be that bird lures are a bit less of an experience focus for Tuan. Okay, I'll try the big jump into the wall. This just isn't working out anymore. Bum bum. Bum bum bum. Alright, Igor. Big jump into the wall. Yeah, kind of what I expected, but worth trying. Heatlure also had a lot of enemy dodging. And I don't know with what amount of health Tuan tried it. Might have tried it with less health. What? What's the secret to this? What determines... Oh, I think I know. I'm somewhere in mid-air at the time where Igor decides his jump. And I think sometimes I'm just farther left or right at that point in time where I'm in mid-air and I'm struggling to control it because I fall down slightly differently every time. Oh no, maybe I want to actually do something like that. If it's consistent, it's consistent. You're sure he tried with 15 health? I don't know. I mean, maybe it was just playtesting the plan though, thinking maybe this is possible, trying to do... Oh, Igor. Oh, Igor. Where are you right now? Are you down here now? Well, if you're down there, you probably despawned. Ba-dum. But anyway, all of that speculation. I don't think there is a meta read here. And I don't think there's any way to deduce how long Tyrion took for a trick. Not really. It's just ridiculous to assume a proportional relationship, where Tyrion takes X times time on every trick. That's just not how it works. Bum bum bum. Dum bum 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 ba da 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 dum ba da dum ba da dum. I mean, it works, okay? It works. Never mind, it doesn't work. Okay. You know what would be convenient there? A pause float. Bum 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 bum. If I drop down later, I have more lenience. I could even consider doing a jump there, maybe. Last time I tried it was terrible. Maybe if I jump earlier it would work. Bum bum bum. Where did my consistency go? Maybe there was never consistency after all. Bum bum. Careful. Okay, yeah, something like that. I wasn't ready for it, but something like that could be better. Ori and the Great Consistency Scam. Consistency is a conspiracy after all. Oh, I mean, but I don't know, that worked, but that didn't feel good at all. I have to make sure that I jump in a way where I don't get shockwaved, because that seems dangerous. Ah! Even my jump didn't get me out of shockwave range. So, like, I don't know. That's the same thing that happened the last time with the setup. My stomp goes weirdly vertical. I think I want my stomp to be later. Because if it's later, it should be less vertical, right? Because my angle towards the Frankie is less vertical. Maybe I do, like, I don't know. Do a jump stomp here, just to delay a bit. Let's try that. Have I checked how Stomp knocks back based on position, height, distance? I haven't done, like, dedicated science on it, no. Without a minute of lure between attempts. So I'm mostly figuring it out in the specific context of this trick. That's a problem. It's a problem that seems to happen with this setup. Maybe that's a fixable problem though. But I think it's like you'd imagine. Like, I've already done a lot of similar storms. If I'm below the Frankie, it's vertical. If I'm to the left of the Frankie, it's somewhat diagonal, and everything in between is between those angles. So it's about what you'd expect. I don't think there's anything surprising there. Bum, bum, bum. Other than with spider shots. With spider shots it's kinda surprising, where it's just two angles. But this sure ain't a spider shot. It's an Igor. Yeah. I think this setup is promising. It takes a bit longer to pull off, but it's better in terms of consistency. Flower shots also have fixed angles. I think elemental shots too. I mean, maybe it's just the distinction between projectile enemy in the general case. That's not what I'm trying to do. Okay, good save. Drip, drip, drip. Okay, yeah. So I canceled the dash too early, but timing-wise I could imagine that working out. Bum, bum. Let me do a short break right now. I think that would help my mentality. I'll be back in a moment. Alright, Igor. Plans are starting to form. The question is, do those plans work? Yeah, I figured. So the problem isn't even the jump distance, it's if the Froggy starts too far left, he bonks on this ceiling. And that doesn't work. I'll keep trying with this new setup because I think it's promising. It's also possible that there is a combination of the two setups where I do a jump, but I line myself up in a way where the Froggy still lands immediately in the correct spot. And the jump is only to have more lenience to get into the correct position. That'll need some more experimentation. And the thing is, if I try to get him on top of here and he lands too far left, I'm in this state, which is okay. This is easily recoverable. Oh, rip. Well, I can still do science. Gotta be more careful there. Don't wanna hurt Igor. Way too late. Way too late. Yeah, I delayed all the steps a really long time there. Much more than I'd have to. Still, it's just hard. Like, I want to be here when the Froggy jumps. So really the bottleneck is after the Froggy jumps. How much time do I spend? But I think something like this... Yeah, that would be perfect. Like, since the angle is relevant, it's also better the further right I am. So on the edge like that is actually perfect. Like that. And if I drop into the water afterwards, that's not an issue. Bum bum bum. Bum dum bum bum. Slow but consistent, hopefully. Actually, I don't know. The pillar setup worked so well. Sure, it needs an extra jump, but I think that's worth it if the lineup of the Froggy is that much better. I don't even think I redirected the projectile there, but I also didn't need to. Mm-hmm. No, this timing doesn't work out at all. Da-da-dum. Da-da-dum. I don't know, just cycle through the setups. Because I don't know which of the setups will end up working. It's just hard to judge. So I have to be careful that I don't get stuck on a setup that cannot work and I just don't realize it. So until I'm more confident about what the advantages and disadvantages of setups are, shuffling through them should be, well, not wrong. Okay, so that's the positioning to get directly on top of there with a jump. Interesting. Again. And it offset the Frankie position as well. I mean, Charge Flame pushes as well, and like quite significantly. I wonder if that would be better than a Storm. Like at that point I don't think I can even do a grenade anymore. Oh, I could do a grenade actually. Just barely. Wait, does it work in the air? Does that only push on the ground? Like on the ground it's huge. Look at that push. But on the air I don't really like... Oh, in this direction I noticed something. No, yeah, it's just hard to see because of the huge explosion. But that definitely is pushing as well. So that's also possible. One Charge Flame, one Grenade, and then 0 Spirit Flames. Let me try just a Charge Flame. I feel like the Stomp is my strongest tool, though, to be honest. And I definitely can't Stomp and Charge Flame. This doesn't want to work anymore. And the reason is that I'm delaying a lot of time to make sure Igor doesn't short hop. I think I have to delay less again though. So delay less on the mortars, still do the Charge Flame redirect. And then that should be working again. Yeah, something like that. So which setup should I use if I want to try out Charge Flame? I don't really know. Maybe just a dash into the wall and back setup. Does the rocket jump setup even get a further jump? Yeah, the upper wall looks a bit further right than the lower wall, so maybe actually... Okay, this is gonna be tricky, to say the least. It's such a steep slope. It just slides off. Just always slides off. Hi Henry, welcome. Welcome from Igor as well. I'm sure he would greet you if I hadn't dropped him into a poisonous pit right now. Dum bum ba dum dum bum ba dum dum. I have Charge Flame, I have Stomp, I have Grenade, all of those things push, but I don't know. Nothing seems to get him far enough. Does Charge Dash push as well? A little bit. Yeah, Charge Dash does push as well. Alright, let's try Charge Dash. And I have tried literally every single of my skills can push an enemy, including Spirit Flame. There's just so many variables to this that I could try. I don't think... yeah, it's not gonna work. Charge Dash deals the most damage out of them all, so if I push with Charge Dash I can't do anything else. However, I don't know, maybe Charge Dash is a stronger push in return. It's kind of hard to judge just from visuals. Hmm? Beautiful. Ah, good were the times where this was all I had to do. How do I line up a Charge Dash here exactly? I think I dashed left too early. Yeah, Ego didn't do a far jump because I dashed left too early. And I dashed left too early because I jumped too early, so I didn't have enough time. All fixable problems. I'm definitely losing a lot of potential advantage here by doing different setups. It would be much better if I could find a setup that looks promising and grind it out, because then I could perform it much more optimally after some practice. But I don't really have that setup that necessarily looks promising yet. That was not very nice. Bum, dum, bum, bum. Bum, dum, bum, bum. At least Tune gave me the free Charge Flame upgrade, so I don't have to pay energy for it every time. So that's quite nice. Okay. So I hit Igor a couple times with my charge flame there, which I try to use to redirect the mortar projectile, but I haven't been redirecting the mortar projectile the last couple of times. So I probably need to get a bit more aggressive on that again. Bum 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 ba dum dum bum. Alright, bit more aggressive on a charge flame redirect. Else it's not gonna be able to protect Igor. Again did not redirect. Usually I don't have to redirect there, but it just makes it that little bit safer. That might be too far left. No, it's fine. Okay. Okay. Nope. All my efforts pushing you, Igor. And you still slide off. No, I think Stomp is just the best tool. I don't think any other tool can top Stomp. Because Stomp just, like, the other things push a little, sure, but Stomp gives a bounce. It's like a full extra bounce. And that limits the possibilities, because after a Stomp I can't charge Flame anymore, after a Stomp I can't charge Dash anymore. I can only do one further grenade push and then one tiny Spirit Flame push. So I think the optimal pushing after some trying may indeed be Stomp, Grenade, Spirit Flame. We may have just done some Unity Wizardry. Is it related to Ori? Da, da, dum. Da, dum, bum, ba, dum, bum. Blue jump pad in BRB Boulder area. Now both Ori games will have a custom blue jump pad for softlock prevention. That's cool. Although I feel like with that one you gotta be a bit more careful so it doesn't like accidentally enable anything. It shouldn't do anything besides softlock prevention in my opinion. And there is that Frankie there. So hopefully it doesn't accidentally do something with that. But yeah, it would be really cool to have a blue jump pad there in Ori 1 as well. So, back to Stomp push. What was the most promising Stomp push? I still kind of like the rocket jump because it makes Igor jump a bit farther to the right. How did I ever make that line up though? Pokeball could be applied to Igor. Well, I don't have Pokeball. I can only work with what I have. Dum dum bum bum. Your Unity Wizardry could be applied to the Pokeball bonus skill. Okay, so you mean like improving the Pokeball so it could actually spawn enemies instead of just transporting them? Yep. I've never played with Pokeball, so I don't really know its limitations that well, but from what I've heard, that could be really nice, yeah. And fix a whole bunch of issues with it. So yeah, that is an interesting prospect. I think Cosmic, like, might appreciate that as well. Not sure if he has any Plandos yet with Pokeball. I wouldn't be surprised though. Okay, so I remember optimizing this until it was so fast that that Stomp was like almost realistic. One definite thing I can do easily here is I don't have to dash off this ground. I can just dash off this wall and that might be better. There's at least one Planter with Pokeball. Oh wait. I'm gonna go make a salad. See you all later. Alright, now that Fire Flower is gone, let's get this trick. Bum, 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 bum. Dum, bum, 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 pa-da-dum, 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 dum, da. No, my plans have been foiled. Well, I guess then the only thing remaining for me to do is to wish that you shall have a nice, tasteful salad. The rocket jump setup. Yeah, no, let's try more with it. But I can't know. I don't know. Like, dashing off the ground is also good because it gives me a down ramp. Bum da da. Bum bum. It is quite enjoyable to like take this trick that was pretty difficult at one part in the plan though and just make it trivial because you practice it so much because you want to do a harder trick chained after that. Yeah, that's a problem. That does seem like a problem with this setup. I'm thinking through possibilities. What else could I try? I could try just swimming in the water at the right wall. That wouldn't be the farthest possible bounce, but it would be pretty easy to set up and might give opportunities to better optimize the parts after that. Hmm. Okay, if I jump out of the water earlier, I can definitely dash to the left faster. But this wall is slightly tilted to the left, so like the further down I am on this, the less of a jump I get. So that just seems like a worse variant of this, I think. Hmm. Bum, da, da, dum, ba, da, dum. Oh, Igor. Do you have an idea, Igor? You probably know best how you can jump, right? What gives you the best chances to jump across that pit? I'm suspecting that even if I'm at the upper wall with the rocket jump setup, that's not the farthest Frankie jump I could get. Let's see if I can do a quick rocket jump air dash to the right thing by maybe either walking or jumping off. Jumping off might be better for lineups. And then trying to rocket jump against that tiny piece of wall. Definitely a lot of things to try. Dum dum bum ba dum. But if I take too long, I run into the shockwave. What if I swim? No, there's no way. I should at least try it though. If I swim in the water next to that wall, Igo will probably not land on the platform, right? I just can't imagine that working. But this is gonna take so many attempts. Why not just spend one attempt on ruling that out? Bum, bum, Da-da-dum-ba-dum. One thing that'll be extremely interesting about this is that if I would complete this Plandomizer, then I think Tuan would release his completion videos. I think it was when one player completes the Plandomizer or after 1 year. And then I could compare all the things, like what I did and what Tuan did. And sometimes I could be like, oh wow, I figured out such a cool setup for this that Tuan didn't think about. And other times, oh my god, I did this in such a difficult and unnecessarily stupid way. Why did I figure out Tuan's setup? This feels like one of the second cases. Yeah. So that's what I wanted to test. It's the result I expected. But it is now tested. Bum 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 da da dum dum. Yay, I got my consistency back. And I still have no idea what I'm actually trying to do here. Is there any way I can get an air dash refresh doing this? Oh, I could jump, but not move. That shouldn't change Igor's aim. I don't think it would. Not sure, but I don't think it would. And then after Igor starts jumping, drop down. That might be a more optimal approach to this. Let's try that. Dum, bum, bum. Okay. Sounds easy in theory. Okay, yeah. Okay. So in that case, I got a rocket jump and an air dash refresh. But I wasn't ready for it. I'd have to air dash extremely quickly after that in order to get over here. And then I should get a farther Frankie jump than any of the Frankie jumps I've gotten until now. And the first thing I would look at is just how far does the jump go. I don't think it will reach, but I would want to know how far it goes. I'm getting so consistent you can barely tell the attempts apart, I feel like, so that's good. Wait, I pressed the button though. Did I get my air dash refresh down here? Or up there? Or can you not dash that soon after a rocket jump? That's kind of hard to test, to be honest. Where could I test that? Where could I test that? Yeah, so that was the same thing. I suspect there might be an input lock preventing you from dashing that shortly after a rocket jump. Because like, if you do dash cancel dash, it also doesn't work. There is a certain timer that has to pass between two dashes. So this theory where I air dash to the right after a rocket jump might just be impossible. This is a good place to test as well. Yeah, so I can't do rocket jump air dash immediately. That's just not how the game works. Let me just test this more exhaustively to make sure I'm not just missing my rocket jump lineup. But no, I don't think that's what's happening here. Yeah, like there, you could see how when I was spamming dash, I wouldn't be getting it immediately, just way later. I think that is indeed the dash cooldown I'm experiencing. And it's a relatively long cooldown. I might be running short on ideas soon. I mean, there's a very real chance I already had the correct idea, and one of the setups I tried could work. If so, I feel like the most likely candidate is the rocket jump setup. Unfortunately, that's also the most difficult one to reproduce. Whoops. I should just learn how many grenades I need for the frog and then not throw anymore. Okay. So I had the first failure, but the second one I think was the correct execution. And that just looks promising, more than the others. And I've never gotten it with a grenade and Stomp. I've only once gotten a pretty good just Stomp. Whoops. Come on, don't do low hops. Do the high hop. Dum, bum. Well, the stream definitely was not mistitled. So far I've done nothing but spend time with Igor. Oop. The thing is, it's not just about the amount of grenades, sometimes I also just miss. I mean, maybe I just shouldn't use grenades there, but instead charge flame or something. Okay, so it felt like Ringo wants a snack. It felt like my grenade was mistimed there. Let me try to throw the grenade before making contact with the ground. Can I make Ringo play the drums with this skill set? That looked really good. I had some attempts that looked good, but it's hard to judge how high. Oh, the drums are gone. I destroyed the drums. Now I know why Ringo is so angry. I destroyed all his drums. I'm sorry. But the drums were really irritating for Igor. Bum, bum. Doesn't Charge Dash push him up there? The main problem with Charge Dash is it deals a ton of damage. I've tried like once or twice, maybe just once, to do a Charge Dash push. But if you do a Charge Dash push, you can't do anything else. So I'm not sure it's the best tool. It's possible that Charge Dash is the right tool, I just don't think so. So far, the thing that looked best was Stomp. And if I Stomp, I can't also Charge Dash. Why was this worse exactly? Oh, slower execution probably? Yeah, slower execution. Fronky dropped more. I mean, maybe my other executions weren't optimal either. And there's just more to optimize out of this setup. I'll try to focus on this setup for a while. Dum bum. Dum bum. Dum. I can autopilot everything in this except for the part where I park the Frankie there. Still struggling with that. You know, if you're just in the rhythm luring Igor, it's not obvious that you're meant to break it. Dum, dum, dum. Again, Frankie dropped too much. I think an extremely major factor in this is where exactly my stomp lands. Like, sure, one thing is the timing. Where is the Frankie when the stomp lands, and that depends all on timing. But also, where exactly does my stomp land? And I want it to land as far right as possible on the platform. I'm not sure I optimized that fully quite yet. Although I guess that's not really clear. What would be the best angle there? Do I want to be as far right as possible? It should give more height if I'm as far right as possible, but less, like, speed. So actually, I don't know. That was a bit too ambitious. Bum bum. Dum bum bum. Bum bum. Bum bum bum. It's possible that I could save one Frankie jump there. That would be like 1 second. Maybe it would save me, I don't know, 1-2 minutes over the course of attempts. I don't think that's worth risking anything. So let's leave that set up as it is. It works. That grenade to the left isn't really helpful though. I guess, yeah, because of the dash I'm looking to the left, so it won't auto-aim at Igor. You totally rigged it. God damn it, Fireflower. How could you? Also, you have returned. Welcome back. Yeah, so it turns out making Igor jump farther than he can is not a trivial task. Bum 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 da da dum da dum. You have secretly been playing the seed and you want the 1k? I don't think that's true. Whoops! Tried to save a jump there. Let's never try to save that jump again. Bum bum bum. Bum bum. Okay, yeah. My charge flame is so ridiculously strong. Should really use it more to clear out enemies. I don't know! Like, what more do I do? Oh, I guess, yeah, the Frankie dropped quite a bit there, actually. Definitely could have been higher up. Yeah. Do the sequence faster! Bum bum. Dum dum. Wow! Ringo is really angry. I think he heard me when I said that Igor was the reason I destroyed his drums. Alright, Ringo, you got your revenge. I get it. Now please relax. Bum bum. Bum bum. Da da da. Okay. So it's really interesting. You'd think that you couldn't turn around while stomping, but you kinda can. Or maybe you don't turn around, but you can at least aim your grenade. Because if I dash left, stomp, and then hold right when throwing the grenade, I can indeed throw in the other direction. If I don't, it just throws left. So I have to actively aim that auto-aimed grenade with my directions. So it's like not a fully auto-aimed grenade after all, I guess. But it's not controlled with my mouse either. It's just controlled with my directionals. Good to know. Da, da, bum. Da, 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 da. Dum, ba, da, dum, bum, 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 bum. Whoops. Is it too fast or too slow if I get hit by the Frankie like that? I think too fast. That's a major problem with this setup. Because if that's too fast, then it means there's an upper cap on how fast I can go. And I'm not sure I can go fast enough without hitting the Frankie like that. Dum bum 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 bum. But I might. And I wanted to focus on this setup for a while. I don't think it's ruled out to be possible. Okay, just wanted to see if there's a free time save there. But no, that would need more figuring out, and I don't want to do that right now. Bum bum bum. How many times did I lure Igor here? 20? 30? Like, there I barely grazed Igor. Dashing below. But it wasn't close at all. Maybe the down ramp matters, like, a lot? It probably does, to be honest. It might be important where here exactly I start my dash, because that would result in different down ramps. Bum 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 ba-dum, bum. I don't actually think that's close. I'm starting to think that's not actually close. Because Igor probably slides off this entire slope. Hmm. So just generally, the next bird would be like Pete, right? That doesn't work. Next Baneling would be here, that doesn't work. Igor is the enemy that seems like it should work. It just really does. It's really just how? How does it work? Bum 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 bum. So I already tried the rocket jump that gives me an air dash refresh so I don't get yeeted all the way up. Running into the problem that you can't do an air dash shortly after a rocket jump. I guess I could try to wait out that countdown during a storm cancel and see if that still saves time somehow. Whoops. Hmm. There's also the cases where Igor does in fact land on a micro ledge. But the thing is, Fronkies and enemies in general just slide off them really fast. And I don't actually think that helps. Hmm. That sure happens often. Whoops. I can't try any storm stuff now that Igor has taken damage, but I can still try if I can get a farther jump by getting up to this as fast as possible. Ugh. Panicked. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. I don't know if that setup can work. Let's try the idea where I rocket jump, air dash, refresh, stomp, stall to wait out the dash cooldown, stomp cancels to be able to dash to the right, and then maybe get a further Franky jump than anything before. I don't think I could do a stomp push out of that, is one issue with the idea, just because of time constraints. But like a charge flame or charge dash push might still be possible. That was really close. That's like extremely hard to do. So I want to start the rocket jump a little lower, closer to the water, so that I have more time to hit the wall. I think in that case I just didn't get a air dash refresh. Okay. So one thing is I'm not hitting the air dash refresh yet, but that's not even important because I don't have the stomp cancel in my muscle memory yet. Gotta pay attention to just do a stomp at all, then I have something to work off and I can adjust my then existing muscle memory to slowly converge to the correct timing. Smooth. Easy every time. After hours of practice. Yeah. So that's timing-wise what I want to do. Now In that case, I assume I didn't get... Yeah, it seems like I didn't get an air dash refresh. So let's keep trying this until I get an air dash refresh to get a look at if that's promising at all. Ba-da-dum. Yeah, that wasn't even close to the wall. Welcome back, Metoxy. There was not, in fact, any progress, other than, well, knowledge progress, learning progress. That kind of progress exists. A lot of ideas have been accumulated, and many of them tried. Welcome, Epic! You are right, that is the 50-hour mark. Ori hype, I guess? Do we believe that this is possible? I mean, I've believed for a while that this is possible, I just don't know how yet. Cool, so that's extremely close to what I'm currently trying to do. I would only need to also land on top of that instead of fall down. We're also gone for like 40 minutes, but figured that's nothing in terms of progress in this rando. Yeah, 40 minutes is not long enough to even figure out some of these tricks. Am I close to end this? No. No, I am not. Yeah, there is a sense of progression that is called nodes. I think really it's just like steps, kinda. So I'd be on step 17 out of 28. Still trying hard for that sub 100 hours. Not sure whether that'll happen. No, I heard the Frankie. Thanks for telling you to never attempt this. I mean, if you never attempt this, that's just good for me, right? Because then you can watch me without getting spoiled. And I have an extra viewer, so that's perfect. Never attempt this, please. Just watch me. Dum. Ouch. Some steps took you 1 hour and some steps took you around 8. Yeah, that is how it is. That was actually kind of an interesting setup that is probably also viable to avoid Igor getting shot by a mortar. But I already have a setup, so don't think I need to worry about that. What? Small hop? The result of that is a small hop? That's sad. I thought I would get an especially big, large, humongous hop. So many ideas die at this jump. Hmm. So is it time for a different idea? Again? How many more ideas can I have, though? Charge Flame and Charge Dash seem like they do similar things, right? In terms of the boost they give. What areas can I reach? Oh, I meant like new ideas for this trick. Because in terms of other tricks that I might try, there's not really anything. This is behind a keystone door. Yeah. So like, this isn't hard locked. Horu, I don't have Sunstone. I've done everything in Forlorn. Misty isn't strictly hard locked. So 1, 2, and this. 3 things exist right now. Not a lot. I like never physically went here, but if the Horu door were just randomly open, that would be extremely cheap, and I don't assume that is true. That would be so extremely cheap. Dum ba da dum da dum. Yeah, that would just be extremely strange. I'll play under the assumption that Horu is closed, as it always is. So now what? Latest idea didn't work out either. Try more with charge dashing or something? That was not a good jump. I mean, there probably would be some tricky pickup in Horu right now, just, yeah. I think the Plandomizer said some keystone doors would be open, but that's not a keystone door. And, like, the thing with keystone doors is I can check on the map, like, I see that this is open. Even though I never went there. Whoops. Can't try any storm boosts, so I guess I try the... Well, air dash again. Welcome back, Dudu. You missed nothing. Time to prepare your dinner. Have a wonderful dinner, Mitoxy. Thanks for stopping by. Dum ba dum dum bum ba dum. Getting any closer yet? Not really. Is the goal to get Igor up there? Indeed. Hmm. Just preparing it, and I come with you on your tablet. Oh, I don't mind helping in the kitchen. Sure thing. Maybe I can cook something nice for Igor that will make him jump stronger. Bum, bum, bum. Just give Igor some beer. Maybe. Und hausgemachte Semmelknödel for Igor? Igor, what do you think about hausgemachte Semmelknödel? No reaction. Ba-dum. Ba-dum. Igor likes dancing with Ori. Yeah, I noticed that. Igor do be a party person. You wouldn't want to cook for Igor? But maybe it would, I don't know, brighten his mood? Make him a bit more cooperative? Does the English language has the same saying, love goes through the stomach? Or is this just a German thing? Again, my chat is full of Germans, no one would know. I was wondering. Okay, SG is not German. Just almost everyone else in my chat is. Bum, 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 bum. There is a way to a man's heart is through his stomach. You mean it doesn't work on froggies in the English language? You did learn German for like 10 years. 10 years can give you a lot. Bum ba da dum bum bum ba da dum da dum da da dum bum bum. Oh, Igor. Like, look at this! I push him up so far. It's just not enough. Somehow. Ba-da-da. La la la. Bum bum. Learning a language in school is just a basis, and if you don't practice, consume, all will be gone soon. So what we're saying is I should really stream in German just so SG has more German practice. Bum bum. Your Latin is still great. I don't think I would understand a single sentence of Latin by now. Bum ba-dum. Bum ba-dum. I don't know, maybe that's better, maybe that's more promising. I did storm pretty far to the left, although that might actually be good. I don't know. Let's try some more with that. Rocket jump didn't really work out. Dum bum ba dum dum bum bum bum. Oh. that's probably not good. Yeah, that's probably not good. Basically, you have all your devices set to English, serials you watch in English, and most of the interaction you have online. Yeah, same thing really. I don't know, like, in terms of words spoken / heard, it might be somewhat even between English and German. Although reading Discord is a lot of words at once, so just in terms of word count, English might be more. You don't understand computers when they aren't in English? Every third book you read? I feel like it can just often be harder to get an English book than a German one. And also if I get gifted books, they're usually German. I don't mind reading English books, I do it sometimes if the opportunity arises, it usually doesn't. Bum, bum. Bum. Alright. Not even close. Stomp did not make contact. Yeah. But I was also really far away from the edge of the platform. So if I stomp a bit further right, that could help in such a situation. Bum, 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 bum. If I get English books, it's mostly from an English book market, which does happen sometimes. So yeah, they do exist around here. Just less commonly. Not a good jump. Yeah, that would be a pretty good description. Like, I don't try to get either language, just whatever is easier to get. No extra effort might be said a bit much. Like, sometimes I have to look up English words. I don't know them all. That probably wouldn't happen with German books, or at least very rarely. Dum bum bum da da dum. No stomp. I think I cut my jump short though. Yeah. I can brain power, extra effort. Yeah. Looking up words isn't like exhausting or draining or I guess effort in that sense. Bum, bum. Generally 3 new words a page is okay, more should be avoided. I usually with like normal books am past the 3 words per page. Yeah. Of course I could find German books where I don't know half the words. That does exist. So I assume that exists in English as well. Only that stomp would give more of a right push. That would be cool. I think it would give more of a right push if it happened later. So maybe try to have it happen a bit later. He won't survive 2 storms? He might actually. No, he doesn't. But 2 storms usually also aren't useful because Fronkies drop so fast that the second storm doesn't net positive fight. Usually. Of course, there could be exceptions like here where Igor gets stuck a bit on the ledge and only slides down a little. But nope, does not in fact survive 2 storms. So that's not a consideration. Dum 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 ba da dum. Okay. That should have been a grenade, not a spirit flame. Although, like, I could do both. Yeah, I mean, they're actually right next to each other on my binds. And Igor survives 1 storm, 1 grenade, and 1 spirit flame. So I guess I could do that extra spirit flame push as well. I don't think it matters much, but it's something. 3 more pixels, yeah. Bum, bum, bum. I still don't really know how far up I need Igor to go though. Because that slope sure seems slippery. But like, if I get him high enough, so to where he only slightly slides off, he might be able to get another mid-air jump after sliding off if he just stays on the ledge for long enough. It's just hard to predict, so best I can do is get as far as I can. Both. Not one. Both. Grenade and Spirit Flame. This might be the second trick where I do an entire stream without getting it. Bum, dum. Which would be kind of ironic, because the first trick I spent an entire stream on without getting it was in this exact location. And also extremely similar in a lot of other ways, where it seemed like almost impossible, but there just wasn't anything else to do. Get up there! So one thing with the Stomp is, yes, the Stomp gets him the farthest, I think. Farther than Charge Flame, farther than Charge Dash, farther than Grenade. But after getting stomped, Igor definitely will not jump. So maybe... Maybe Stomp is wrong? Won't he just jump off when you get it though? Well, like, if he stays on top, then I could do another rocket jump to get on top myself. If he ever stays on top, I'm not worried about how I prevent him from jumping off. That's not gonna be the issue. But maybe it's impossible for Igor to stay on top, and then, then I wouldn't want to Stomp, because if I don't Stomp, then Igor would, remain jumping, remain active. Stomp kind of stuns him. And he might be able to do a mid-air jump after sliding off the ledge. So I guess that's a completely different avenue to explore. With Stomp, he has to stay on top. Without Stomp, he might not have to stay on top entirely. Yeah, that was too far right. That was good. That landed really far right. Bum, ba, dum, ba. I did so boldly proclaim that I would probably progress the plan though. But I didn't realize how difficult this trick would be. Kind of imagined it easier than this. La 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 la. Really far left. I want to be here. Not here. I was closer at least. This looks very fun. No. Well, I'd hope it looks very fun. Because you're gonna do it at some point, assuming this is progression. Which it might not be. Of course. I just think it is. Bum ba dum bum bum bum. I mean, Dudu has some hours as well. I don't think it's 50 quite yet. Ouch. Bum, bum, bum. 15. Bum, 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 bum. I guess at that pace you'd be like here at 30 hours or something. Depending how long Node 9 takes, mostly. Rice can't handle looking monitors all day yet. I'm just glad the AIs are getting better. To where you can play again if you so desire. Yes! So it's possible to get Igor on top. That's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see one setup that works, one setup that can do it. And now that I know one setup that can do it, I can focus on it, log in on it, do it again and again until I'm really good at it. And eventually I'll get up there as well. See, that's what you meant? Yeah, but like, that's solvable. That's not gonna be the most difficult part about this. Alright, let's see how many hours it takes to get that again. Just took like 4 hours to get it the first time. I'm just glad I reacted and at least tried the rocket jump. My plan would be that that rocket jump bonks on the ceiling above the Frankie, and then my invincibility frames allow me to walk through the Frankie to the right. And as far as I know, those spikes are not lethal spikes, so Igor should just jump across them. Rude. Because I don't think it's like individual what enemy dies to what spikes, and Ringo definitely does not die to those spikes. It would be really weird if that was enemy individual. Okay. So that breaks a huge knowledge barrier. I now know a setup with which it is possible, and I now know that it is possible. Ah, please don't respawn. There you go. Okay, let's do that again. I think I would want the rocket jump to happen a bit more right than that. As close to the wall as I can get. Did someone clip the successful attempt, by the way? That could be useful for later reference. bum, bum, bum. My chat always slacking. Never making the clips I need. Okay, let's wait a little bit less before that mortar. I think only a small wait is necessary. Bum, bum. Dum, bum. Bum, bum. Shorter wait here. Whoops. Wait. Why exactly did you do that, Igor? I don't understand. Oh, because I walked left a little bit. Then Igor tried to catch me walking left. That's fair. Bum, bum, bum. Ba-dum, bum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Yo, thanks Epic. That'll be good to have. Dum, dum, bum, ba-da-dum, 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 bum, bum. Oh, yeah, I forgot about the shorter wait. And got punished for it. Alright, let me check what happened when it worked exactly. Jump, jump, jump. Okay, that's pretty far right in terms of positioning, not the furthest right you can get, I think. That's also pretty far left on the ground there. That's not as far right as you can get, which might be better though, because it means my angle is less vertical, which might give more rightwards momentum. And the huge thing is the timing, I think. The timing might be the most important part of this. Because that seems like a really good timing to hit the Frankie at. Yeah, and then the tiny pushes to get him over the slope. And then I rocket jump like here, which isn't close enough to the wall. I want to be closer to the wall for this to work. Or maybe like I also just waited a bunch because I wasn't ready for it. Maybe it would just be enough to immediately do a rocket jump. Next time I'll try to be ready. Oh, sorry, you didn't see the clip. Sometimes I forget to switch the things around. Yeah, that seems like a really good place to solve the Frankia. I think this was the key component. Like, the other components aren't even that optimized, but that stomp timing, that was just perfect. La la la. Whoops. Whoops. Alright, let's get back into this. La 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 la. La la. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. La 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 la. Okay, Igor. I'm glad you're partying. Because this will be a fun time. So that was a much earlier storm. And too early, it seems. The easiest way to delay my storm is by jumping later in the first place. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, ba-da. La, 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 la. I feel like you could hear a slight lack of enthusiasm in my singing there. Maybe I should work on that. Bum, ba-dum. Oh, yeah, look at how much the grenade did there. The grenade really helps. So that still seemed a bit early in terms of the storm timing. So with this setup, it seems like I'm aiming for a relatively late storm within what I can do. Okay. Just fine. La lum bum. Bum 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 bum. Ow! I would want some amount of health so I don't die to Igor or the spikes after I get the thing. Oh, thanks for the health, Mortar. I appreciate it. Okay. Yeah. Getting there. Still wasn't ready for it. Still did the rocket jump relatively late. It seems like the terrain there is shaped in a way where I cannot just rocket jump and bonk the ceiling. So my next best idea is a really quick rocket jump where I don't delay, I'm ready for it. Igor gets up there, I rocket jump immediately. I should just get that into my muscle memory, even if the getting up there part fails. And then I have all the time in the world while Igor is stunned from the storm. Fall down there, take a damage boost on Igor, walk through, something like that. Bum, bum, bum. Did not in fact take 4 hours the second time. Knowledge barriers are so huge in this game. Like, look at that difference from doing it the first time to doing it the second time. Ba-da-dum. Just recover. Everything's fine. Yes, that is the muscle memory. Maybe even earlier. I don't think I'd even need to jump right. I just need to rocket jump. No, I want every little bit of health. Health is potential to push. La, la, bum, 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 ba-dum. Even for simpler tricks, I still remember it took me like hours to the first successful Sorrow Bash. But after that was like the floodgates opened. Yeah, exactly that. Just on a higher difficulty level. I would say that past a certain difficulty level, this effect starts to diminish. So it's not like the floodgates opened here, this is still hard and still needs many tries. But the effect does still exist. Bum, bum, bum. Wouldn't even have been surprised by a 0 XP Sorrow Bash in this plan though. I mean, it would have to give you Bash for that, right? Wait, a 0 XP Sorrow Bash? I'm actually not sure what that means. Like, obviously you can double bash in this Plandemizer and ban double bash. I guess that's a concept one could follow. Different things you could do by making a bash Plando but banning double bash. That sounds like it could create some interesting things, but this Plandemizer did not ban double bash, so... If bash is ever given, I can do with it what I want as long as I don't warp shot. It's pretty much no double bash, no charge dash, Sorrow Bash. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I don't have an immediate picture in mind how it would work. But to be honest, I just have other problems to solve right now as well. This Plandemizer did have a pretty fun Sorrow entry though. Definitely didn't fall short on that front. Ba-da-dum. Still stomping too early. Okay, so I'm not sure I've ever stomped too late with this setup. It's really a lot about delaying the stomp. It's definitely harder to stomp too late than it is to stomp too early. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Still at it, won't budge at all. There's actually been some great progress within this trick. I've gotten the Frankie up there twice by now, so I have a setup that works for this. Now I'm working on the next part, where I'm also getting the Frankie across those spikes instead of jumping back down into the poisonous water. Okay. With the platform a bit too far left there, I presume, was not quite in stomp range. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. And well, before working on the next part, I suppose I'm working on getting Igor up there more consistently than once every 4 hours or something. Bum 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 ba-da-dum. No! Don't fail the earlier parts. I need my attempts. The later parts are hard enough. La la la. Bum 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 bum. The sequence actually looks pretty cool. I've stopped appreciating it at some point because I did it so many times. But it does look pretty cool. I mean, same for this, to be honest, or all of this. So the spikes above water are killing Igor. I have no idea yet. I don't strictly know, because I've never gotten Igor into them yet. I assume they won't, because I know the spikes don't kill the frog nearby. Well, didn't get my stomp. Right now the problem is mostly after getting Igor up there, I also have to get up there somehow myself, and fast enough to where Igor doesn't just jump back down. And that hasn't worked yet. But I have a picture of how it will work. It's just hard to get Igor up there again in the first place to try things. Bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Like, this entire sequence is just cool. Starting to get the muscle memory down to do the rocket jump immediately after. In that case, it looks like the grenade hit a little late. Yeah, I might want to throw the grenade earlier. If Igor is already falling down, it's probably just too late. Bum 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 bum. Boom! Boom! Gotta be a bit aggressive on that charge flame. Just to make sure I still redirect the projectile. A lot of things happening, but most of that did not go in the right direction. Bum, 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 bum. Whoops. Bum, 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 bum. I'm learning a lot about where exactly the music transitions are. Ba-dum. Okay. Well, I'm up here. If only Igor was still with me. La la la. La la la. It's nice to have nearly no failures in these parts. That helps so much, just to get those retries. This part is really consistent now again as well. No! Ah! Well. Stomped by Igor. Bum bum bum. Bum bum. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Whoa. Now careful about this part. Was that a late stomp? It seemed like a late stomp. Yeah, that was a late stomp. Okay. That was a bit too much delay. Bum bum. Can we just all agree by now that this is definitely the progression Like, it's an Igor lure. Into and Splando. What else is gonna be progression? Of course, all the other things I did didn't yield me anything. How could I overlook the Igor lure? Bum, bum, ba-da-da. No! Didn't hit the redirect. I fired my charge flame too late. The projectile was already out of range. And I failed to save Igor. Bum, 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 ba, la 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 la. Bum, bum, bum. Well, I guess this part is just difficult, if it doesn't want to get consistent. Wasn't there some different setup there that I discovered by accident and thought I wouldn't have to look into it because my setup was already consistent? It kind of seems like my setup isn't consistent. Bum, 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 bum. I think it had to do with triggering the second mortar earlier, so that his cycles would align more in favor of when Igor wants to jump. Yeah, like that, so the projectile lands below Igor. That might be worth investigating. But it only works if the mortar targets you on the left side of the platform, because if I stand on the right side of that platform, where the first mortar comes out of, then Igor dies to the spikes later because his jumps aren't properly aligned. Bum, bum. Forgot about the setup, that's fine. I mean, I don't mind autopiloting this, as long as it works. And my autopilot on this is like better than 90%. Did the grenade even hit? I think the grenade missed Igor, didn't it? Yeah, the grenade missed. Huh. I'm not sure I can influence that. I mean, I can, but not directly. I can't influence the aim of my grenade, because it's an auto-aimed grenade in the air. But I can influence the timing, of course, when I throw it. I have no idea, like, how I use the timing to hit more reliably. Sure. Let me check the clip again. Epic made earlier. Bum bum ba da da dum. So when did I throw the grenade? It was like while moving downwards with the stomp, or right at the end of the stomp wind-up animation. And that worked so well because the stomp stalled the Frankie in the air, which allowed the grenade to hit. Yeah. Okay. Bum, bum, ba, la 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 la, dum. Dum, ba, dum. I must have been so close to the ground that the grenade actually cancelled my stomp wind up. So the stomp never happened. La la bum 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 ba. I wonder where the idea for these colored enemies came from. Like, I get Rainbow Igor, because you're doing an exciting lure, but like, why in general are enemies colored differently in this Plandomizer? Bum bum bum. So why did that miss exactly? Oh, it was just too far left. Yeah, too far left. Need my storm to land further right so that Igor is still in range. Luckily I have huge shockwaves too. To be fair, like, who am I to complain about Igor's shockwaves? Mine are way bigger. Bum 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 bum. Okay, so that would be like the alternate setup, which might be easier to do consistently. Where I trigger the mortar a bit earlier. And Igor just kind of jumps around the charts and dodges them, because the cycles line up better. Bum 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 bum. No, not even close. Dash left too early. If I dash left too early, by too early, I mean before Igor decides his jump angle, then I just don't get a good jump at all. Bum, 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 bum. Who would have thought that upper swamp entry had some of the nastiest tricks in this game? Okay, let's try the other setup. Bum, bum, ba-dum, ba. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum, bum, bum. So basically all the other setup is on a low level. I go to the right of that platform a little earlier than usual, and then everything lines up. I hurry a bit ahead at that point in time to clear the path. Yeah, so I did my initial jump way too early. Don't think I could have stalled that long enough. Lum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Bum bum. I wait until here, and then I hurry ahead. Ah, only that one wasn't in the way. I don't know. It still worked, okay? Everything is fine. I don't know why everything is fine, but it doesn't matter, because everything is fine. I threw my grenade to the left. I must have pressed right too late. Bum bum bum. Bum bum. Bum bum bum. Today's stream feels longer than it is, because it's just the one trick. It seems like I'm kinda close though. Presumably too far left on the platform for Igor to be in stomp range. Yep, that was very far left on the platform. Hard to pay attention to all these things. Whoops. Okay, then not. Whoops. Okay, salvage the old setup, that's fine. Okay, so it seems like relatively often I land my storm too far left. That definitely was not an issue of the storm being too far left. Let me do the quick rewatch. I don't know, it seemed good in a lot of aspects. Maybe the stomp was a bit late. Bum da da dum bum 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 bum. Worth a try. I feel like this kind of lure is something Ori 2 doesn't really have. What does Ori 2 have where you lure an enemy for such a long time? I wonder if that's just because Ori 1 lends itself more to this kind of trick, or because it hasn't been explored as much in Ori 2? I mean, there's the same enemy, mantises, exist in Ori 2 as well. They also break floors, they do all the same things, so I'm like not sure where the difference lies exactly. Ori 1 is just the better game. Thought you didn't like these lures. Bum, bum, ba-da-dum. It doesn't change the fact that the polish in one is what makes it so great. That all these things really work. Yeah, I think polish is a huge thing in Ori 1. Would agree. Grenade missed. What did I do so differently about the timing that made it miss here? Oh, I actually threw it pretty early. Could probably delay that a bit more. Bum, da, dum. How did food go, by the way? So far. Ah, why are you here? It is prepared. Ouch. So basically I just have to get this trick. And if I don't, you won't eat. Or were you planning on eating it later either way? Bum, 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 da, da, dum. What was I trying to do here? Kind of blacked out a little. I was trying to storm, throw a grenade, and spirit flame. Yeah, that was it. Thank you, brain. I don't know what it is about the phrase Semmelknödel pre-cooked, but I have a deep hatred for it. Something about that particular combination of English and German. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum. I just don't know the English word for Semmelknödel. I don't either. No idea. It's surprisingly hard to hit that grenade. I think I want to throw it later. Because the grenade does huge work there. I don't think I can get the Frankie up if the grenade doesn't hit. Ba-dum. Dumplings? I mean, like, I guess that's similar? But I feel like it's not what you would imagine if you say dumpling. I'm not sure that's the only thing dumpling can mean. Oh, I wrote too late. Bum, ba-dum. Yeah, bread is weird in English. Like, how do you describe different types of bread in English? It's something I've wondered about. Do I just not know the terms, or you don't? Okay, I guess you don't. It's all bread. Sure. Is that just a language thing, or is that a cultural thing? Like, do you just usually eat one type of bread in English-speaking countries? Okay, that was pretty cool. Only had the problem that the damage boost didn't work out the way I thought it would. Maybe if I dashed into Igor, the damage boost would work better. Trying to explain Dampf Noodle to a British guy. Sweet bread was the best thing I had for it. Hey, do a demo dash through Igor. That's not a bad idea. Bum 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 bum. Good day, you learned the German word for Dampfnudeln. You're welcome. Wait, if there's not even words for different types of bread, how do you start Semmelknödel? That's gonna be difficult. Whoa! It looked for a moment as though Igor was stable, until he super wasn't and just slid off. There's probably an English word for Brezel, right? I just don't know it right now. Or like, just Laugengebäck in general. Bum 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 bum. Brezels are not close to Brezen. Wait, what are they then? Bum bum bum. I mean, this kind of makes sense. Like, of course, different countries have different culinary culture, and the languages will reflect that, but it's still so weird to think about. Like, what's the other direction of this? What English native food is there that we don't really have a word for? Bum, 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 ba-dum. Dumbo? Well, I have no idea what that is, so touche. What is that? Well, Eintopf is more like a catch a lot of different things phrase. Bum, 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 dum, ba-dum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Extended my English vocabulary by 1. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum. Yeah, way too far left. The damage threw me off, even though I don't think the damage matters there. Whoops. Oh, Sen. Can't you tell friend from foe? I mean, to be fair, I do want you to shoot Igor later on. Bum, dum, bum. Bum, da-da-dum. Well, at least when you return to playing Metoxy, you will have seen the trick that you're trying to do like 200 times, so that might help. Whoops. Help. This fell apart. Let's save it. I can't tell all the intricacies of this. Like, that attempt looked good, it just apparently wasn't. Yeah, you do have less convenient skills and less health. So a bit of the details will be different. Whoops. Well, that's not gonna work out. I've known the effect where you say a word a lot and it sounds weird. But right now it feels a bit like I've seen this area a lot and it starts to feel weird. Haven't done that one yet. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum. I don't know Spanish, so I can't follow that. Alright, so I think I need a break. But I don't really wanna stop. So let me just do like a 5-minute break. And then I shall continue. Alright, so I'll be back in like 5 minutes, and then this trick shall be completed. I haven't thought of this before, but I should prepare myself some tea for these streams in the future. That would actually be really nice to have. Bum ba dum bum 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 ba dum. Dum bum. What is this called in English? I'm curious. Sage? Clary? Salvia?
Salvia.
I don't know if any of these are right. And now you feel like getting tea, but then you won't sleep. I mean... Alright, let me look that as well. Just make some herbal tea. Then it's not a problem. Bum bum. Is sage the most common word for salbei? Because that's kind of funny. I guess I plucked myself some sage. Sages. Sage. I don't think you got any herbal tea. I don't know where you live, but where I am I can just kind of go outside and find herbal tea. Got some ginger today, that could work. Salvia is the biological term. Okay. It has such a strong taste. But I find it refreshing. Bum bum bum. Technically you could pick some stuff in the garden of your parents. I should learn some English herb names, so I can better communicate on this topic. I guess I know sage now, so that's a start. Or salvia. But I'm guessing sage is the colloquial term. Kind of surprised some of these don't work. Mint? Yeah, I kinda knew mint. But what is specifically pfefferminz? Is it also just mint? Bum bum bum. Yes, okay. Sage, mint. What else could be useful to know? I know basil. Although I don't know if I'm saying it right. I don't know if that really counts as herb though. Peppermint? I've never heard peppermint, but okay. Is it just you or is the game audio kinda weird? It's not weird for me. Is it weird for others on the stream? Is the game audio weird for you, Mitoxy? It is weird. Oh no. Hmm. Is it still weird? Bum, bum. Yes. Sounds like a mix of Orient Into the Breach. That sounds like a problem. So I feel like sometimes the plugin that captures audio from a specific window is being weird. I could just do desktop audio, but obviously that has its own set of problems. It doesn't look like a hardware issue. Guess I'll just use desktop audio for now. If that's because you're playing Into the Breach. I don't think that's the reason. Is this any different? Sounds normal now? Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes the plugin for window audio capture is just weird. I don't usually have random sounds playing on my PC because I try not to for my own sanity's sake. So let's see. No! I mean, that was surprisingly close for completely falling apart. What's... Wait, someone posted something. Wild garlic is Bärlauch. Okay, let me recapitulate. So I know sage. I know mint. I know basil. Wild garlic. I mean, it's true. Bärlauch does taste like garlic. I guess it makes sense. Kinda. Bum 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 ba-da-dum bum bum. Does my brain take more words? Maybe. What is rucola? Does someone know rucola? Oh. In Slovak it's also rucola. I know at least one Slovak word then. Bum 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 bum. Arugula?
Arugula.
Arugula?
Rocket.
But apparently it's also called rocket. Which makes me want to go with rocket because that's funny. Or would you call it rocket? Was that named before or after rockets existed? Probably before though. Bear garlic? Okay. Okay. I mean, Sure. Bum ba-dum bum bum bum. Alright, I think that's enough English lessons for me today. Let's return back to the Ori lessons. Thank you for the English lessons, chat. Now I know more words. I feel like garlic is more fitting for the plant though, to be honest. It just tastes that way. Too early. Or a bad jump, not sure. No, that was a good jump. Just too early, Storm. Bum, 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 bum. Honestly, it's kind of impressive how Igor makes the entire screen shake with every single of his jumps. Such a powerful creature. I jumped way too early there, and I don't think there was a way to save that, really. Not using the same setup, at least. Bum, bum, bum. I'm just glad that the spike pit is perfectly consistent now. Good to not lose attempts there anymore. Nope. Okay, this is dangerous. If I'm slow there, I can't do the new setup, then I have to do the old one. Okay, don't fire Spirit Flame. I don't think the Spirit Flame matters that much anyway for the push. The grenade does way more. Not sure though. Alright, so last time I got this, I did the rocket jump pretty well. I think that wouldn't trouble me anymore. The next thing I wanted to try is to dash into the Frankie. I mean, optimally I would dash above the Frankie, that's what I would try to do. But if I kinda dash into it, I might still be able to walk to the right instead of getting knocked down. Bum, bum, ba, la, la. I'm surprised this never triggers a low hop, but good thing it doesn't. Sad. Bum 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 bum. How long is this lure exactly? Like, how long are these retries? Okay. So, yeah. I mean, that is one more step. That is one more piece of progress. I just didn't anticipate that my health would be an issue. I can definitely handle that in a more graceful manner, where health wouldn't be an issue. I kind of like spammed and panicked a little bit. If I just calmly walk through the Frankie after taking damage, I should be able to jump the spike pit, especially with an air dash giving me more lenience. Bum bum ba la 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 la. Bum bum. Step by step, figuring out how this works. Bum ba da da dum bum 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 bum. Okay, retries are more than a minute. No wonder this is taking a while. Yeah. It's like 1 minute 20 per attempt. Bum 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 bum. That's why consistency is so important on a lure trick like this. If one attempt already takes 1 minute 20, then you just cannot afford to take 2 tries every time to get there. Because that's hours of additional time investment. And it's not just about the time investment. If it takes you longer to get to the actual trick, you're also learning it less efficiently. At least I learn it less efficiently if I'm not, like, regularly there. Whee! This is it, Igor! Haha! I knew this was something. Thanks for the congratulations, Tuan. We did indeed lure Igor all the way to the Triforce. Ba-da. Ba-da. Very cool. Very long retries, but also very cool. Can't be clipped, unfortunately, at least not in its entirety. I guess the final part can be clipped. Hi Ruby! Thanks for the hype. Thanks for the pog, Toxie. Alright, and now I guess I can maybe get this energy cell? I can highlight the whole thing. Yes, I can. Thanks for the GG, SG. Come here. How does this work exactly? Let's try the Rhino first. I would just bonk though. No, it's not the Rhino. Okay, something with the fish. So the fish move faster when they dash towards you. I'm guessing I want a dash like that to happen right as it goes out of the water. And that's keystone number 3. Sure. Well, to be honest, I did not think this would just be a keystone. But don't I also have a mapstone? Not anymore. That's still great progress. Yeah, the last mapstone I got gave nothing. That is a huge trick out of the way. Alright, cool. Yeah, that's definitely enough for the day. Tomorrow I can think about whether there's more to do in here. Or where else the 4th keystone might be. Cool. Igor to the Triforce. Keystone number 3. Alright, in case you think the game audio is broken again, it's not. There's just no music here. Bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum dum bum ba dum bum ba-dum bum ba-da-dum bum ba-dum bum. There's a lot of no menu glitches happening right now, but I know not everyone in here enjoys Ori 2. I don't know. Honestly, I just need a break. I'll be back tomorrow. To everyone who was here, thank you very much. Maybe I will see you again. Let me pause the timer. And what on earth am I meant to do? But really, that's thoughts for tomorrow. Until then, have a wonderful day. And good luck to the other players of the Plando.